Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sprints. I imagine that there might be people who are experiencing an ad first and foremost. And so I'm just going to yammer a little bit until the number goes from 0 watching to an actual number of people who are here and experiencing these sprints. Just going to take our time. Let me know if you are here, if you happen to already be watching, what you're going to be reading. What are you getting up to today? Welcome to everyone who is either participating in Escape the Readathon Sprints or if, oh my gosh, there are people here who didn't get an ad. That's good. Nice. I'm pretty sure I've got ads on. Let me double check that. As far as monetization goes. Yeah, oh, goodness me, that's why. Okay, interesting. Well, now I have ads on, so hopefully that works out. Weird, very weird how that worked out. Well, anyway, if anyone wants to refresh and give me a little bit of money, that'd be nice. But that's okay. YouTube has been weird lately. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but YouTube has been really weird, where you'll make a live public and it'll make it unlisted. Or I've been doing members only stuff, and the first thing it does is make it public. And I'm like, what are you doing? Oh no, I was just kidding. That's really nice of you. Oh, that's really, really sweet. You definitely did not have to do that. Oh, yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, at the end of the day, YouTube doesn't pay us very much anyway. But that's too funny that actually ended up happening, because I had a friend actually who we're getting distracted already, but I had a friend who was doing public sprints, and she, for whatever reason, she scheduled them for public, and then when she started them, they were unlisted in private. And so she was like, what's going, so YouTube's being weird, but does that surprise anyone? And also, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. That's so nice of you. I hope you enjoy the perks. We actually just voted for our book club choice for July. So there's some things to get excited for. But yeah, it's you never really know what's going to happen. Hello, everyone. I see your comments. We are here and ready to be productive now, which is great. Let me know if you're participating in Escape the Readathon. Maybe share whatever emojis you're partaking in. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. Holy moly. Yeah. Why is YouTube like this? I didn't want you guys to get 3 ads. But oh, goodness me. Anyways, sorry about that. And then, what? You gifted 5. For those who were here last time, Bree gifted 5 memberships last time too. Oh no, to make up for it. That's so nice of you, friend. And you know what? This actually gives me the opportunity to highlight Bree. Has everyone gone and watched her June announcement for the Amazing Readathon? She's coming back for another year. The theme is better than ever. It's really exciting. I cannot wait. So if you're enjoying the fun of Escape the Readathon, of competition, of kind of delving into your own like personas, storytelling, maybe check out the Amazing Readathon. And Bree, because I know that you are a mod, and I feel bad making you do this for yourself, but if you want to share the announcement video, please do. I request that you do it for me, if that's possible. Because yeah, those of you who are here who are part of the astronomers, or if you're part of the botanists or the engineers, clearly you enjoy a competition, you enjoy the fun. Or if you need a break from the competition, we also have a non-competitive team once again, because Bree thinks of everything. So, if you just want to be a part of a non-competitive team but still be part of the readathon fun, you can still do that. I'm just saying, friends. And then I see Rachel is still reading The Tainted Cup. I had to highlight that because it is so good. I hope that you're enjoying it. Currently adding all my recent ebook impulse purchases to my logs. That's what I've been doing too. Not with ebooks, but with like audio and physical books. I've been having to log that as well. 3 ads. Really? So, like, that is, like, a common thing that they do now is when you have ads, they do 3 ads. Oh my goodness gracious. I will say that this is actually a question I have for you guys, as we move forward. I don't do mid-roll ads while I'm live streaming, and so if you get a mid-roll ad, maybe let me know because that shouldn't be happening either, because we dictate when ads come in and not. And the last thing I want is for you guys to get a mid-roll ad while we're sprinting. Maybe while we talk, if I'm on OBS, I can manage it a little bit better without it being distracting. But while I'm on StreamYard, you guys shouldn't be getting any mid-roll ads while we're in a sprint. So again, if that happens, let me know because I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, but um, yeah, it'd be good for me to know that YouTube's being weird. And then we have the link. Go check it out, friends. I know we're here to be productive and active, but if you need some plans for June, come join us. And then I also have to highlight the scientists. That was the last team that I didn't see emojis for. So happy that we've got some scientists in the group as well. Ads on TV are way different than ads on the phone. And that's also crazy, right? Different devices cause different changes. So very interesting. But yeah, so wild. Yeah, I know. It kind of pulls you out of it. Like you're focused and then suddenly you get an ad while like the timer's on and stuff. I'm not a big fan of it either, so that's why I try not to provide it for you guys. But again, if it does that, that's YouTube. It's not me. I promise. I promise. Excited for Amazing Readathon, third year joining. Woohoo! I've said this before. I think I said this last year as well. But Amazing Readathon is the competitive readathon, the first competitive readathon I ever did, and it's the one that I do every single year. I've done it since the first year when teams were color. I was on the red team. I distinctly remember that. And so, yeah, it's quite fun to when you have a legacy. And I know that the same goes with Escape the Readathon. There's quite a few people here who've probably done it every single year. And in fact, let me know too. Is there anyone here who has escaped the readathon every single year that Lexi has done it? Because that would be quite cool to see, as far as people reacting to it and stuff. Would be nice if we got ads during in the waiting room. Like while you're kind of like waiting for us to actually, provide like to start. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. It'd be nice if, you know what, usually, so I'm hosting on StreamYard for the readathon. And to allow any other hosts, like if they're free today, they might pop in and join. That's usually why I'm on StreamYard. I typically will be on OBS, which is just kind of private for me. And that one I typically have like stream starting soon for the first like 30 something seconds so that people aren't missing the chat while an ad is running. But I can't do that on StreamYard, mainly because I have it as a free thing. So I'm not paying for it. So they won't give me those perks, which is fine. It's fine. I have to check out the announcement. Yes, and but it's also completely changed. And I want to say the prompts are a bit more broad this year, which allows for flexibility. Again, there's the non-competitive team, so you can just like with the flow. There's definitely a few options for those who are dependent on library holds, because I'm like that too as well. Engineers, yes. Sometimes the ads just make you small. Oh, and they play on the side? Interesting. I'm so unaware of all of these things. That's interesting to know. And then, we've got Escape every year. Very cool. And then Escape has always been a big influence on Amazing because Lexi's brain might be more chaotic than mine. And she would wear that badge with honor, I'm sure. So that is so awesome. And then, first Escape. It'll be your first Amazing Readathon. So cool. I was thinking about doing 30 books in 30 days in June. So a good readathon. Oh, yeah. It might be good, might give you some motivation. Obviously, no one else is expected to do that. But if that's if that's something that you are challenging yourself to do, that sounds great. Year 4 for me, but I have not managed to escape. Oh no. So you're stuck every single year. Maybe this year will be your year to escape. Missed the first year of Escape, but I've joined every year since the carnival. I think the carnival might have been my first knowledge of it. I distinctly remember because it was like the black cat. Like I have it clear in my mind. This is the first time I've ever participated in Escape, which may mean that my me being a host is questionable because this is the first time I've ever done it. But I've been aware of it since the carnival, I think too. Actually didn't even know readathons existed until last year, and then did Escape, The Amazing Readathon, and Katie Colson's Sunrise on the Readathon. I've never heard of that one, so that's quite fun. YouTube Premium is the one thing I'll always pay for. YouTube ads bug me so much. Yeah. You know what? And I've talked about this before on the live, but I find it very frustrating that like they'll share ads that you really like. It's really hard for you to curate and prevent from seeing certain ads, like the horror or like scary ads on YouTube. I will read a horror book. I hate watching horror, so whenever I see like an ad for horror, I'm like, oh, like skip, 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 because it's just so jarring. Another one that just grinds my gears, mainly because I'm not the biggest fan of the company, but I've been getting a lot of ads from Amazon lately. They're like pharmaceutical thing, and then one that calls like it's like one about like where a woman is breastfeeding, and I don't know, that I'm fine with, by the way. I want to make sure that that's clear, like I'm okay with that, but it's just like Amazon and the way that they're describing it and stuff, and I really am not a fan of Amazon, so I get so frustrated that I keep getting, and I'm like, how can I tell YouTube that they can share ads to me, but I don't want ads to that, because it's not helping them, like it's just making me annoyed. But oh well, we're in a world of ads, apparently. That's just the way life is these days, apparently. And then you're here, really sleepy, but reading Through Gates of Garnet and Gold. Now that is some good alliteration. And then also year 3 of Escape. So cool. A veteran of the Amazing Readathon, Team Yellow, Team Spooky, Team Illusionists. I was a part of, speaking actually of Lexi and I were co-hosts for Team Spooky, not last year, but the year before, actually. So that's quite fun to see that representation. So yeah, so I was on Team Red just as a participant, and then I was a co-host for Team Spooky. I was a co-host for the Lore Keepers last year with Katie. I would rather be reading. And then this year, I am one of the co-hosts as well, which I'll just reveal. I won't say of who, I won't say what. Got to go watch the announcement video to figure that out. Second year of Escape, so much fun. Love the unpredictability of it. Yeah. And it's some really good storytelling. Like the fact that like the prompts like have you in a scenario like with the aliens and stuff is just really fun. I think it like makes it very immersive. Year 3 of Escape, so cool. Third for both Escape and the Amazing Readathon, slowly being able to keep up with them. It does. It feels as though with every like year, you've got like a new chink on your belt where you're like, okay, now I've got a little bit more of a strategy, a little bit more understanding of how to pace myself, what I need from the readathon and everything. So for sure. Should study for my technical driver's exam for my motorcycle license, but you're here. But hey, I mean you can study. I guess if it's studying like on the road, like practicing, then yeah, that's a little bit harder while you're on sprints with us. And then Alicia's here. Hello. Reading Lost Lambs by Madeline Cash. Very nice. Just finished Julie Chan is Dead, starting Eruption. Still trying to decide my next read. Might start Operation Bounce House. I don't know that one. And then, yay, Engineers! Working on my reread of When the Moon Hatched. Oof, that's a big one. And you're rereading it. Holy moly. Every time I've clicked a link for sprints in Discord, it's brought so frustrating, especially if that's not what you want to see. It's just I get we can't curate everything to ourselves. And, again, if we want to avoid the ads, we could just pay for premium. That's pretty much what every service gives us, isn't it, these days? Try to think of it as the bad companies wasting their ad budget advertising. That's so true. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to buy this anyway. Go ahead. You just spent money on nothing. That's actually a really fun way of kind of looking at it. Weird to think that year 1 we weren't. I know. That's the thing. Is so it's so funny to think about this. Is so Bree was just you were like this booktuber that I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like just like watching you from afar, and like I'm like a quiet participant on Team Red. Yeah, it's very fun. And then that same year we ended up being co-hosts for Get a Clue Readathon, actually, and I remember being like, I have to impress her. Like I've got to like prove myself and show Bree that I could be like her friend. So I don't know if I ever told you that, but I was really nervous when we were on Professor Plum together. So funny to think about that. And then haven't picked my TAR team yet for Amazing Readathon. Trying to be strategic with the bonuses. Yes, like which team, like it's great to choose for co-host, for like personality, right? Because Brie did a great job of kind of personifying each team as far as who you could be. But the bonuses can also be advantageous for like what you actually want to read this year. And then yes, sometimes you when you look, it's like it's showing you like a half an hour of something. And I under as someone who like obviously benefits from people watching ads, please never watch a half an hour or an hour long ad for me. Like, please hit the skip button if it allows you, because that is absurd. It's the most absurd thing that YouTube thinks that I can get away with that. I can't imagine that they ever get people actually watching those. And then first year of doing Escape, second year of the Amazing Readathon. We'll do the Just for Vibes version this year. That sounds great, Pina. I fully support that. This was my first year of readathons. Oh, I love that's so fun. I love when people are introduced to readathons for the first time. Did Realmathon for the first time. Escape, Possible Amazing, not sure on Amazing yet. Again, if you sign up to be a part of the it's called Spoilers team, it's non-competitive. You can do nothing for it and just kind of enjoy the community. You don't have to really do much. Like no one's harmed. You're not on a team that is dependent on you reading, and it's always for fun as well. Keep in mind, like even these competitive readathons, yeah, we want to escape. We want to win, but like the main thing is just having a good time all month. So yeah, listening to Dogs, Boys, and Other Things. Other Things I've cried about. I paused there and I was like, Tiff, you cried? And then, okay, that's the full title. While I get some work done during the first sprint. Very nice. Team Plum. Yes, that's really a throwback to for quite a few years ago at this point. On that note, friends, though, I got distracted. We've been talking for longer than 15 minutes. And so I'm going to throw us into our first sprint. We're going to go for an hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope that you can be productive. But also, if you've already been productive today, feel free to use this sprint as a decompression sprint. Do some chill things, and then you can kind of come back in the next sprint and be a bit more productive. But on that note, let me get myself tiny, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How did that sprint go? I saw that quite a few people joined. Welcome. For those who are wondering, that was just our first sprint. So we're still hanging out. I see that T, aka Teresa, was asking that. 22% through your book. Amazing. 50 labels made for the bookmarks. Yahoo, Bree. Now you're going to do grocery shopping orders. Best of luck with that. And then Jacqueline just joined, working in a capitalist society where the rich get richer on the back of the working class. Yeah, casual, isn't it? Very, very casual how that works. 8% for Pete. Awesome. 30 pages for Venter. Very nice. Awesome. I completely forgot to also let you guys know that I am mostly working today. So when I can casually listen to an audiobook, I'm listening to The Wandering Inn. Has anyone in the comments read this? I'd be interested to see how widely known it is. So I'm chipping away at this super chonky book. But when I have to like review an audio segment or, get an episode set for my job, I work for a podcast. For those who don't know, the audiobook has to be turned off. And so that's kind of, I'm getting distracted doing that kind of thing as well. And then let's see, 38% in your book. Awesome. Read a few chapters. Great Pina. 33% for Temi. Awesome. Very nice, everybody. 23% into your book. Great Adventures of Me. Looks like Vanessa's working on your TBR. Great. What else? Got here partway through. So going to start the sprint. Sounds great, Celine. Allie, 17% through. Practice makes perfect. This is going to blow people's minds. I've read that book. That's a romance randomly that I actually have read. Japanese Gothic. It's on my TBR. I definitely want to read that. And by on my TBR, I mean I need to borrow it from the library. Eventually, I will get to it. I see that Jessica's here. Hello, Jessica. Welcome. Oh my gosh. I just noticed the mention of Artificial Condition. Such a good book, such a good series. For those who don't know, Murderbot. I talk about it too much, I think, on this channel, but I do love it. It's great. Did you finish your scarf? Yes. So I did end up finishing the scarf. It's sitting right next to me, but I'm kind of just like adding stuff to it now. Like I added these two little like green ends that I thought would be quite cute. And I've got a little bit of red. So I was like, do I want to add a little bit of red, like lighter red, like this color? Just to like add just a little bit of ends to it for funsies and to add some length. So I'm of two minds, but right now, this is kind of the way it would look. There's just like a little bit of green at the end. Nothing crazy. Mainly, it's for function, just so it's a little bit longer. Because I like the idea of just giving my mom a long scarf that she can just keep wrapping around herself. So pretty much done, which is pretty exciting. I'm pretty proud of it. I've gotten the hang of it. I weirdly was able to get the hang of switching colors quite easily. That is something that I'm not a big fan of doing, but it hasn't been as bad as I feared as far as like it being, and it looked quite seamless. So I'm pretty happy with that. So thanks for asking, Rachel. I do see that quite a few people are saying they're still at work. I'm so sorry you're at work, friends. I am too in spirit. I'm just working remotely. And actually, I would usually be done with my hours by now, but I'm working later today instead, just because that's the way the workload has organized itself. The extra color on this. Thanks, Teresa. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's just a little bit of extra color. Like nothing too crazy. People wouldn't really notice it. And it's not really meant to be noticed. It's just kind of there for symmetry. So that's kind of where that's at. And then what else are people saying? Listening to Atlas 6. Not sure how you feel about it. Is that the first book in the series? I think I'm pretty sure my friend Brittany loves reading. The second book, was that her favorite in the series? I'm putting words in her mouth though. She's not here to defend to confirm or deny, so I'm not fully sure. I don't know. Olivia Blake, I know that she's a particular author that some people absolutely love, but others aren't really a fan of. A bit of a Marmite book as well. Feel like what I've heard about this book and what it's actually about completely different. Interesting. So it might be more so that you entered it with wrong expectations. Like nobody's fault. That happens. That happens to me as well. And then also working, but audiobooks help. They definitely do. And actually, I will say, The Wandering Inn, it has shocked me. Like, there have been like, I'm very surprised. It's quite a complex narrative with all emotions, from quirky silliness to, like, some really, like, hard stuff, like, hard topics. Like, I'm in the middle of a scene that I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, that's so sad." So it's been wild. And then cosplay crafting on, okay, and then Expedition 33 cosplay this evening. Ooh, very cool. That sounds awesome, Abigail. And then go team engineers. Yes. All teams welcome though. Best of luck escaping. In an ideal world, we would all escape, right? That would be a nice thing. I don't know if it's possible. Flavia just signed up for the amazing readathon. Amazing. Woohoo. Amazing because the readathon itself is amazing, but also amazing in general because it's very exciting. I'm really pumped for Amazing Readathon. I think it's going to be great this year, and I can't wait for the watch-alongs. That's an extra bonus. So it's just a little extra, like, layered type of readathon this year. Not just reading, but watching if we want to. And then Helen at 76%, very nice, making progress. You're over the halfway mark, obviously. Deb sneaking in a bit of editing in between work tasks, very nice. Hoping to get back to my audiobook soon. And yes, yay, engineers, yahoo. Yeah, so with my audiobook, we'll see. I'm hoping to finish it in the next couple days, but that might be asking too much of me, just because I would almost be reading like a book a day because of how long the book is, but we'll have to see what happens. I also missed it. Did anyone say that they had actually read The Wandering Inn? If you can repeat your comment, I apologize. I'm like all the way at the bottom at this point, and so I might have missed some of the comments that threw in. But yeah, right now, let me see here. I'm working on The Wandering Inn. I'm still working on The Keeper. Haven't gotten to that either. Hello, Ellie. Welcome to the sprints. Hope you're well. Let us know what you're up to. But I'm trying really hard not to juggle too many books. For those who were here last week when I was chatting with Jordan, she is the type of reader. She said that she reads one book at a time. I'm almost, I don't know if I'm going to become that, but I am trying to lessen the number of books I'm juggling right now. So really, I've put The Keeper down, and I probably won't pick it back up until I finish The Wandering Inn. I also have like some travels that I'm preparing for, so I think I'm a bit distracted. But don't worry, engineers. I do plan on getting some good reading done while I'm away, and trying to allocate as many pages or like finished books towards the team, depending on which prompts we actually are accomplishing. Ooh, the green and the maroon are darker shades. Do you have a navy blue? I feel like that would look really good. No, I don't. Literally, because I'm so new to crafting and crochet, I'm not someone. Oh, maybe. I don't think I have a dark enough blue. So I do have some like practice yarn that I was it's the same type of yarn, and it was a couple other colors, and I was kind of practicing. I don't have a dark blue, but I have a dark gray. Maybe that's what I should do. Food for thought. I do have a dark gray now that I think about it. It's just a little bit of extra. Um, hmm. You got me thinking. But I also make no claims about my color matching. Yeah, for sure. Have zero craft skills. No, we all have a little bit of crafting in us. I think we're all quite creative. So I appreciate the suggestion. Deb, up to 5 books, 1 or 2, mostly on pause. So more like 3. That's what I'm telling myself. I'm like, I'm reading Cast, and I did pick that up last week again. But I am just treating that as like a side book that I will eventually finish. The Keeper, I think I'm technically not currently reading. I don't want to be as harsh and call it a soft DNF though, because it's not. It's just, I'm putting it down for now. It's fine. I did end up starting, is it The Sun and the Star Maker? But I put it down because I realized, one, I didn't have time to finish it before my trip. And then I also, wasn't really in the mood for it. So we'll see if I can get back to that toward the end of the month. Continuing Killer Instinct, The Naturals 2 today. Loving it so far. 33% through. Very nice. Okay, so the Atlas 6 to me does hit academia, but I'm not sure if it hits the dark academia. And there's a little more, sexual tension between characters than I thought there would be. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I'm always of two minds about that because like academia, right, doesn't necessarily have to be dark academia. The opposite is light academia. My preference is light academia. I'm not really a dark academia person. I think it leans in the same direction as why thrillers don't typically work for me, even though I read mystery and horror. Like they're kind of middle child. The middle child that is thriller doesn't typically work for me. But the reason why is because thrillers and dark academia often deal with characters who are doing bad things. They're bad characters doing bad things, which can be really compelling for a certain type of reader. For me, I find myself quite frustrated with that. I don't really know if I care too much to follow bad people doing bad things to other bad people. But obviously it works for others. So that's kind of my view on dark academia. The bigger element that identifies it as such is this obsession with and kind of isolation that is created via the obsession with a particular form of study area. Hence why, like, oh yeah, not me. I know. Give me all the messy people. See, I'm like these messy people. I cannot. And I guess that speaks to, and this isn't speaking to your own life, but like I have no patience in real life either. And so I'm like, and I know that it's probably I should just be compartmentalizing like messy people in fiction. It's not the same as dealing with messy people in real life. But that's too funny. So yeah, like I can appreciate and get behind this obsession for a certain kind of study. Even when it came to what's that called? It's by ML Rio. Um, Something about villains. What is that title? If We Were Villains? Is that what that's called? A lot of people love that book. I was just I had no patience. Also, the main character is, I mean this in the kindest way, quite dumb. Like, if we were villains, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the main character is probably like the most clueless character I've ever followed, and I don't know, but I can see people really vibing if they love Shakespeare and like theater and stuff and the drama surrounding it. I think it's an excellent representation, an homage to Shakespeare, but I didn't really vibe with it. And then Dina's finished work. Hello, Tania. Welcome to the party. Messy people in books are my outlet. Yeah, okay, because I so badly want to know the drama. But if it happens in real life, it's no fun. Kind of like having your ear to the wall, listening to the secrets, but you're not in the room experiencing it. I can respect that for sure. I 100% agree with you on this. Also, don't watch TV with any drama. See, that's the other thing. I very much understand that like reality television, those types of things are so popular. I can't do it. I get so much anxiety and like frustration, and I'm just like, but people eat it up. And even reality television, it's reality, but it's very performed. Like they know that they're putting on a show. So like I get why people eat it up, but it brings me such anxiety and like I don't know. Maybe I'm too like empathetic to the point where even when I'm watching like things that are kind of embarrassing on television, I get such secondhand embarrassment that I actually can't cope. And so it's a me thing. Time to make an egg sandwich to get some more reading power. Yes, nourish your body, people. Make sure you're eating, make sure you're drinking water. It's easy to get distracted when we're hyper focused and realizing that we're neglecting our body's needs. Extra tired, hoping I can stay awake enough to listen to some audio. But if you need to take a nap, Tennille, allow yourself that. I know, unless you're not much of a nap person, because I know I'm not either. I always say there's too much hassle in my real life for anymore, right? Yeah, I think we are kindred spirits. Reality TV gives me so much secondhand embarrassment that I just can't deal. I can't deal. I do. You know what's so funny is I can handle hearing other people talking about the show, but I can't sit and watch the show because I feel like it feels too much for me. I don't know. I will be reading for a bit, then heading to sleep. Sounds good, Pina. Yeah, I'm sure it's quite late for some people, depending on what time zone you're in. But it was nice to have you hanging out with us for a little bit. And then, yeah. So, I mean, we're 15 seconds out from a new sprint. So I'm going to switch screens. And then I'm just going to let the timer go. We're going to go for another hour. This has been lovely, everybody. Best of luck. Try to focus. If you can't, allow this to be a break sprint. I'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was our second sprint of the day. I did see that some people have been talking about Emily Wilde in the chat and the most recent book from Heather Fawcett. That one I was really shocked to not be a fan of, but I am a huge fan of Emily Wilde. So I hope that you continue to enjoy it, Laura. Let's see, productivity sprint for T. Amazing. Organized my desk, fed the dog, did some training. Very nice. Vacuumed, now sitting down. Awesome. And I know that Vanessa mentioned going for a walk with Daisy. Awesome. Let's see here. Halfway through your novella. Awesome. Probably need to go to bed soon. Yeah, it's getting that time, depending on the time zone you're in, where people should be thinking towards bed and dreamland. 65% for Temmie. Awesome. Hello, Natalie. How are you? You read Murder by Memory today and you really enjoyed it. It's so fun. That is such a good popcorn series. Honestly, it's really fun for people who like sci-fi mysteries, kind of the cozy style of it. Almost said good morning, Court. Hello. Hey, you know what? It might be morning for you. I don't know. Maybe at least mentally it is. And then Helen, 85%, 58% for Tea Party Tale. Awesome. Applied for another job. Best of luck. Only one chapter left for Jessica. Amazing. You'll finish in the next sprint then. Perfect. 83% for Alicia. Great. And then, but you're not sure how you feel about it. Interesting. Which is valid. Maybe you'll have a better understanding when you finish. It might be a book you've got to sit with. I wonder what's making you uncertain about it. Let's see, more progress as people are, sending in their experience during the sprint. Finished Blood Singer, 2 pages into Brighter Than Scale, Swifter Than Flame. What a title. Let's see, Tennille listened to some of Winds of Fury. Awesome. Hannah switched back to Everlasting. Everlasting from Mansfield Park. So okay, so you were reading Mansfield Park and you switched over. Awesome. Hello, Jen. Welcome to the party. So you're back to work after vacation last week. Say it ain't so. But you are working. Oh my gosh. So you have Murderbot and Platform Decay after work. Another mention of Murderbot. Love to see it. And then 40 pages in Through Gates of Garnet and Gold. Let's see. Haven't done any reading because don't trust myself, Bree says. While you're writing addresses. Oh, no, I understand. There are certain tasks you really have to pay attention to. Writing addresses, typing them. Yep. Yep. No reading yet for you. And then Jessica just joined, finishing up Stillhouse Lake. Ooh, that sounds like an awesome title. And then 110 pages in for Celine. Awesome. Progressed in Asiri and Amaru. I don't know this title. Cozy Fantasy. I mean, that sounds really lovely. And then 58% into Artificial Condition. Awesome. Feel like I'm flying through the audiobook. It is also just, it's a short book, but it's also quite fast paced. Artificial Condition is very fun. Art as a character is great. I actually have the Murderbot series very fresh in my mind because we'll see if as I'm watching the footage, if I like it. But I decided to review the series in a video earlier today. You'll recognize this outfit. Keep an eye out for this sweater. But it may not come to light of day if I don't end up liking how I talked about it. So we'll see. But Artificial Condition is very interesting, especially because it's one of the few. Well, okay, we're going to get into it. It's one of the few books in which Murderbot goes back to events that took place before the start of the series, because it's investigating what actually went down, the event that led it to eventually hack its governor module, which is what we know it as Murderbot with its governor module hacked at the beginning of book 1. And so Artificial Condition is one of the rare, I think it's the only time we really see it go way back in time to like before we knew it. So it's kind of interesting how unique it is. And it's the first time that Murderbot really gains a deep relationship with another construct or bot. So anyway, it's a very interesting one to analyze. You don't have to analyze it. That's the other great thing about the series. It can just be a fun popcorn read. I like to dig into all that stuff though. Jessica only have 3.5 chapters left. Court, it is not even a little morning here, but I'm hoping to finish We Who Will Die, 82% right now. Ooh, very nice. What a great title that is, too. You guys have some great titles in the comments. 58% in The Dark Room, finished one work project, about to start another. Good luck, Amy. 36% for Raja. Finished your audiobook, Samura. Amazing. I say Samura, samurai. You like missed the I in your title. That's so funny. And then you're starting Yesteryear. So that actually, that's so funny that you mentioned that. One of my coworkers at the library, another job I have, she mentioned Yesteryear to me, and obviously it's everywhere, so it's not the first time I've heard of it, but she recommended it to me, and I put myself on hold, and it did come in. And so now I'm wondering, do I have time? Do I not? I don't know. Maybe I'll get to it eventually. The concept is interesting, I will say that. And then Laura, have you read the other remaining two books in the Emily Wilde series? Yes, I have. If so, are they also good? Yes. So I'll say, for me personally, my least favorite was the first book. I gave the first, I mean, the first book was still 4 stars. But then the second book, I was like, that became my new favorite. And then the final one became my ultimate favorite. So my preference for the Emily Wilde series goes 3, 2, 1. Which is more, it's just, that's not me. I'm usually someone who, my favorite book is the first book. Even Murderbot, the Murderbot series, I'm 8 books in, my favorite's the first one. So that's more typical. So yeah, but it's just, that's an outlier for me. Like, usually I'm not as impressed as I get further in a series. But that one really impressed me. I really loved the last, and actually the last book was the only one I gave 5 stars. Other people have different feelings. Not everyone says that the last book's their favorite, though. Quite a few people say the first one is, or the second. So I think that it's just kind of, it depends on the type of reader you are. I'll be interested to see how you feel. So when you eventually, if you end up having the desire to do it, if you finish the series, if we can remember this conversation, come back to me and let me know what your preferences were. And then Rachel, loving so many people around the 48 to 80% mark. Yes, we're all almost halfway. We got it. People are finishing books. They're making progress. You know what I mean? And speaking of, 43% into Vera Wong, so very close to the halfway point for Sabrina. Yesteryear is so good. See, that's what I've heard. I've heard people really enjoy it. I haven't watched them, but I have seen a few reviews pop up where I think we're getting into that place where when a book gets a lot of publicity, a lot of people really loving it, it's around that time where we then start to get some people who've read it with the hype, and then they're not really fans of it, or they're kind of reacting to it in that way. So we are getting some negative reviews. I'm not sure what their issues with the book is, but I'm interested to see where I land on it. And then, yeah, let me know for sure. And then you can always try a couple of chapters, see if it calls to you. That's very true. Yesteryear side quest. Yeah, I definitely could. And actually, it might be because I am traveling a little bit later this month. And so maybe it would be a good book on travel, because I actually got it as an audiobook. So maybe that could be what I have on audio after I finish The Wandering Inn. And then also 46% to Vera Wong. And it's so weird because 43% and 46, you all might be in like the same chapter. That's really odd. That's so funny how that works. Yeah, that's interesting, because you guys are basically buddy reading it without meaning to buddy read it. And are you both in the same Vera Wong? I can't recall. Are you both reading the first one, or are you on the second? Is there a third? I don't know if there's a third one to the Vera Wong series yet. I feel as though it's been a couple years between the first and second book, so I feel like it's too early for a third book, but maybe time has flown by faster than I recall. And then could definitely see it catching negative reviews from some people. Be prepared to dislike the narrator. Well, yeah, so the narrator, I'm assuming, is it first person then? So this is another thing. First person perspective isn't my favorite in general. That has nothing to do with the book Yesteryear. I know that some people, their favorite POV is first person. Maybe you guys can let me know in the comments. Or do you not pay attention to that? Because I talked about that too. I think it was my friend Danny Dabbles, also a booktuber here. Many of you know her. I talked about this at one point, I think earlier in our friendship, and I was like, like perspective, I prefer third person over first. I love a second person when it can be done really well. And I remember Danny saying, I've never really thought about which perspective, like POV, you know, like that's not something that really resonates with her when she's thinking about like what type of book she wants to read. And so I found that very interesting. But I'm really obsessed with narratology, so I love to look into that kind of thing. Oh yeah, had to mute you for a bit. Oh, my, have to finish your book. That's okay, Kat. Good. Congratulations on finishing your book. Don't feel badly about it. Please raise your virtual hand in the comments if you've also muted someone while sprinting so you can finish your book. And raise a second hand if a booktuber has told you to please mute me. Because I've definitely been that person to say mute. So please don't feel badly about it at all. So yeah, too funny. Okay, so Little Prince is on the second one. So yeah, I don't know which Vera Wong, which one, if you both are on the second one or not. And then no third yet. Okay, that's what I thought. And then have honestly never thought about the perspective. That's what I'm saying. It's like some people don't think about it. And there's probably other elements where someone else thinks about an area as far as like the way someone writes something, and I don't pay attention to that. So it's just there's so much that can go into a book where you don't really think about a certain element, and others you have a very strong opinion about something. So yeah, and then I feel like I prefer third person, but guess it depends on the story being told. And that's the other thing. There are outliers. Like Emily Wilde is first person. It's journaling, which I do think provides distance. So I do think that that's a separate kind of epistolary feel to it. But I definitely have outliers where I've adored a book and it's first person. So it's not a hard and fast rule. And then I got 2 hands in the air for that. Yes. Now it's time to raise the roof. Now that you got 2 hands up, got to keep that roof up, friends. Anywho, third person omniscient for Jacqueline. Awesome. Didn't used to have a preference, but for the past couple years, I've been really partial to third person. Have started getting easily distracted by first person. Interesting. I don't notice POV, Celine says. It interests me so much when people say they hate a certain perspective. And I definitely don't hate first person. I think you know what it is? I think it's so easy to do it badly. A first person perspective, you are in that person's head in a very intimate way. And I think that it's really easy to do that more poorly. Like I've read more badly done first person, in my opinion, obviously, like I'm not an author. So it's just my preference versus third person, I think is a little bit more forgiving. But again, that might just be what I've picked up. And then just have the chatty bits on while I read to finish sometimes. Oh, okay. And then not a fan of second person. That doesn't surprise me. I think that one is probably the most like jarring. I think that is quite the Marmite type of perspective. I really like second person, but again, it has to be done well. And I think that's why a lot of stories don't call for it. So that's why we also don't see it. I think it's a rare one to see. I have, let me see here. One time, I'm trying to think if I've experienced it. I have experienced first person plural one time. But maybe I've actually the book Wandering In does technically have that vibe in one of the perspectives, feels a bit first person plural. But Ayn Rand's Anthem, I read that in school. That one's first person plural, which I think that is probably obviously the rarer, like it's the rarest of them all. So it's kind of interesting. It's the use of we form for those who don't know. Fantasy, definitely prefer third person. Now we're getting into genre. So like if there's a specific perspective you like with a genre, yeah, that I totally get that. And then I'm on the first one. I think it's shaping up to be a favorite cozy mystery. Okay, very nice. So we had one for the first Vera Wong, and then one for the second. And then thanks for sprints at this time. Oh yeah, of course. Really glad I could join in my time zone. I'm happy to provide it. It honestly, I said this before for those who were here last week. I do prefer earlier sprints for myself. It gets tougher for me to do the evening because I can't be trusted to read the comments and have a comprehensive conversation. Like it's just not something I can do very well these days. Very strongly third person, but it won't stop me from reading something. Exactly. That is the best way to say it, Lauren. It's not going to prevent me from reading it. It's not going to prevent me from giving a book 5 stars. Good night, Amand. Thanks for being here. Normally don't notice, but recently read a contemporary romance where it changed every chapter. It was jarring. Definitely noticed. Yeah, interesting. I see that Jess is here. Hi, Jess. Thanks for being your friend. And then know of someone who is very passionately against dual timelines, but that is something I literally have never thought about before. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Like some people. Okay, hold on. The music. We found ourselves in a great topic and now it's almost time for a sprint. I'm gonna read a few more comments and then we'll get into a sprint, I promise, friends. Don't really notice POV unless something about it is pulling me out of the story. Yeah. With dual timeline or multiple POV, I guess those are always run the risk of you're going to be more invested in one more than others or vice versa. Right. So like there needs to be a something that's compelling you and you're interested in both timelines or you're interested in I just hit the mic, so if you heard that, sorry friends, for those who are using earbuds. But multiple POVs, I think there's also a risk, which I love multiple POVs specifically as third person. Multiple POVs where a bunch of them are one first person, we're getting dicey. It can be done, but that's where we're running some risks. Don't mind any perspective. The only thing that I can't stand is character repetitive thoughts, especially with romance. And I think that's where the first person can be hard for me because it does feel quite repetitive. So yeah, again, not every story, not every story. Um, Love it when the book is in third person, but split in character chapters, spending time in each character's head. Yeah, best of both worlds. In fact, that's what Vera Wong does. Exactly. Yes, and I actually remember that very clearly because I've read the first Vera Wong. I haven't read the second. Jacqueline likes first person limited as long as it isn't juvenile. And then Jess and Neo catching up on sleep. Good for you. I know it's probably really early for you. And then haven't checked out Vera Wong yet. Most recent cozy mystery, really like Thursday Murder Club. Also, yeah, very popular and came out with like a surprising fifth book. I think no one was really expecting that. Um, uh, you hear interesting things. Yeah, it would. You know what? It was fascinating from an academic standpoint. I haven't felt compelled to read anything else by Ayn Rand since, but I appreciated the discussions that came out of it in like an academic setting, which I suppose is very like neutral of me to say. I don't really see myself rereading it. Maybe is that what? Maybe I'll say that too. But anywho, on that note, friends, we're gonna get into another sprint. I will see everybody in an hour. welcome back. How was that sprint for you? Let me know. I ended up being done with my work for the day, and I'm now 46% of the way through The Wandering Inn by Pirate Abba. Things are happening. I mean, it's a long book, so it makes sense, but it's wild. And then I see, oh, sorry, still not done with the chapter. Oh my, why are you saying sorry? Totally engrossed. Oh, you'll skip this chat, but totally fine. Please, please mute me. You're totally fine. Do not worry. And then Court finished your book. Congratulations, Court. Well done. Yeah, I'm really interested in this series. I feel as though the character work in The Wandering Inn has surprised me. I was thinking it's kind of described as slice of life lit RPG, and I've heard other people have enjoyed it, but I don't hear too much about it. And there, the first couple chapters, I was like, "Is this going to be for me? What is this about?" And now that I'm settled in, oh my gosh, there's so much happening. I'm so invested in quite a few characters, and now we're at the point where I can see their storylines merging, and I'm really looking forward to that. Because it's multiple POV. We're like jumping around to different characters' heads. And then 10 minutes left in the fourth Anne book. Sounds great to me. Finished Artificial Condition. Loved it. Gave it 5 stars. Yay. It's so good. Yeah. That first quartet in the Murderbot Diary series is just phenomenal. It's really well written. I'm so excited for you to be able to continue on to Rogue Protocol next. Halfway done with editing for Teresa, going to take a break, thinking of starting The Locked Ward by Sarah Pekkanen. You're in the mood for a thriller. Sounds great. Yeah, no, I'm kind of just vibing now. I didn't tell anyone, I guess I didn't tell you guys what I was going to do, but I ended up deciding to crochet an extra layer. It's not really dark gray, it's almost like grayish brown burlap. And what I've decided with these 3 colors, because this is just these 2 are at the end, I'm going to make fringe. I've decided I'm going to add fringe to the scarf. So I'm just slowly adding stuff. And I got a tutorial. I found like an article that lists off your materials and what you need to do. And so my plan is to do fringe that involves all 3 colors, and we're just gonna have to see and forgive the ends that I haven't woven in yet. I will eventually get that done too. Uh, Finally finished the Rook and Rose trilogy. Oh, that. Yeah, that's by M.A. Carrick, 2 authors in one. Holy moly, Victoria! I just saw you like The Wandering Inn. Just finished audiobook 18. Oh my gosh. It is a long series. I knew that it went on. I didn't know it went on for that long. Let me see here. I'm gonna have to like look into it. If I can manage in library, go to title. There we go. Let me look at this series if I can. How do I click on the series to look at them? Yeah, it is massive. It's a really, really like huge series. I do see at this point I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how I was gonna feel, but I do see myself wanting to continue the series, which is quite exciting. More in series. There we are. The Wandering Inn. Let me see here. Yeah. Oh my god. And there's a book 19. Couriers Outbound. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty excited about it. It's really well done, I think. And then those colors work really well together. That's what I'm thinking too. Like kind of chill. All 3 of them have like a darker kind of tone. So I'm looking forward to having it done. And I've never done fringe before, so I'm learning a new skill. Tainted Cup. We've got a sword fight happening, which I love. Oh, the gray looks great. Thanks. Yes, I was thinking it's like a nice subtle tone. 18 is the latest, which is about a quarter through the web novel. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Yeah, that's really impressive. Because this one, I don't know if I told you guys, the audiobook for book 1 is 48 hours. That's how long the first book is. I think page-wise, it's like 1,300 pages or something like that, and so I'm about halfway. I am listening to it at a like faster speed than that, but It is technically 48 hours. Yeah, yeah. Yep, mhm, and not all of the books in that series is that long, like, some of them are about, like are in the 20 hours range, which I guess, relative to the rest of the books in the series, like, 20 something hours is short, but 48, it's definitely the longest book I've ever read, like, as far as audiobook goes, and so according to it, I'm at hour 22 of 48. So that's where I'm at in the story. But I think that it's been worth it so far. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hello, Bo, almost off work, and that's exciting because okay, hold on. Let me double check the schedule because I don't want to say. I think you aren't you sprinting tonight. Let me check the sprint schedule. Where are we? Monday. You are! Yes. So Bo is sprinting for those who need more sprints at 7 p.m. my time. So in about an hour. And my thought was actually if you're game, we'd have to coordinate it because I don't know if like your settings allow me to, but I was thinking at this point, I almost might as well go up into your time. And so I thought, like I said, there's no one else sprinting for escape to my knowledge. So I was thinking I could just do a redirect to your channel. So actually, while we're here, let me see if I can get that done. My I need to zoom out of this. For some reason, I'm zoomed in at like 250%. Okay, so customization, add a redirect. Let me see if I can. So let's see here. Those books. Okay, I'm gonna save it. I am scheduled to redirect to you in an hour. Lovely. So yeah, okay, that's settled. Anyway, let me get back to the comments. And then yes, it's you. Okay, great. And then let me get back to your comment. Okay, so my hold on the infinite sadness of small appliances just came in. May read that next. Okay. So I haven't read that because I'm going to be reading it at the end of the month with Danny. At this point, I think we can reveal that that's the book we're reading for our June book club. So we're reading it in May. The episodes are coming out in June for those who are a part of Not Reading for Content, which may or may not be linked below. I can't remember if I have it linked, but yeah. So I'm so excited that you saw it on my channel. I know of it thanks to Danny. Isn't that funny how BookTube works? And yes, a really well done voice narrator. I was a little bit uncertain on how I felt about Aaron's voice because it's quite nasally and like it was grating on me. But now I think I'm good, and I also understand the number of voices and accents that Parsono has to do. Oh my gosh, I'm bowing down to her. She does a great job with the audiobook. And then yes. Yeah. I know how that works. I'm good. Sometimes, depending on how your settings are, you don't allow other channels to redirect to you. I've seen that in the past, but yours just let me do it. So I just redirected. So we're good to go there. And then yeah, so you should see there should be like a banner in the comments saying like you might not see it if you're using StreamYard or I think you use Restream, but the comments will say like Leandra's people have arrived or whatever, something like that, which is kind of exciting. And then let's see, should pick up The Little Prince or Project Hail Mary. I've been meaning to try Project Hail Mary partially because of the film that just came out and people are really excited about it, but I ended up getting it in this free blind book package. So a bookstore near me was doing like this fun event, independent bookstore day, and I ended up getting like a free blind date with a book, and when I unwrapped it, it happened to be Project Hail Mary, and I was like, "This is a sign. I need like Bowser 4." The fact that I'm pretty sure this is like a series or not a series, just a book in general that Lexi really loves, and I was like, I really should be reading it, but we'll see if I get to it this month. And then 11 pages in one book for Helen, and then got to 91% in the other. Oh my gosh, you're so close to finishing your book. So far, Project Hail Mary is fantastic. I've only heard good things. I really have. So I'm going to have to eventually get to that. We'll see if I can get to it this month. But right now, I'm slowly working on the wandering in. Eventually, I'll get to it. We'll see. I'm sure the engineers are just going to be powering through and like unlocking rooms, entering rooms, and then I'll just kind of like arrive and be like, okay, finished my book. So there is that going on. But yeah, so let me actually also in the time we have. So it's 6 o'clock now. I've got 59 minutes until actually we move over to Bo. And what we'll probably do is just do an immediate direct where I'm not going to pause and chat. I'm just going to send them all your way. So the first time they hear someone talking is going to be Bo. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then Wandering In is so long, but it sounds so good. It actually, yeah, it was really intimidating for me when I kind of decided to start. And it did take like a couple chapters. And each chapter is like between 45 to an hour, 45 minutes to 60 minutes long. So when I see it in a couple chapters, it took me like a couple hours to get into it. And then now I'm like, oh, I'm invested. So yeah. And then also home from work, making dinner, amazing. Finished Silver Elite, now running some errands, great. I think you will like one of the characters in probably others, but you're saying like there's one particular one that I should like. Okay, okay. But yeah, let me switch this so we can jump into a sprint and then we can kind of get settled. So an hour is too long because that's not going to work for when Bo goes live. So we'll do 57 minutes. Yeah, we'll do 57 minutes. There we go. And I'll see you guys. I won't see you guys. Bo is going to see you guys when we get back. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. The next person you hear speak is going to be Bo. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side.